All right, I am calling the meeting to order at 4:30 PM. Everyone's here except our student board rep. All right, public comments on closed session items. At this time, any person may address the board on any closed session item or any item not listed on the agenda pursuant to the Brown Act. The board cannot consider issues or take action on requests during this comment period. Time is limited to 3 minutes per person per item, 20 minutes per topic. Closed session. C1, consideration of students' stipulated expulsion agreements. C2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated initiation of litigation pursuant to 54956.9C, one matter. C3, public employee performance evaluation, superintendent, and then C4, conference with labor negotiations, tax, CSEA, unrepresented management.
Safe to say there's no public comment.
There's no public comment. We are going into closed session at 4:31. Being at 6:34, thank you for being patient with us with our late start. Our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by our Student Board Rep, Grace Cudler. If we may please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
May I get a approval of the agenda order?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda order.
I'll second.
A motion by trustee Lopez White and a second by trustee Candelaria Orr to approve our agenda order preferential.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And no one's absent. I need to ask a question. Okay, G, public comment on consent and non-agenda items. The public may address the board on any consent or non-agenda items pursuant to the Brown Act. During this period, the board cannot consider issues or take action on any item listed on the agenda. Time is limited to 3 minutes per person per item, 20 minutes per topic. Therefore, if you have any public comments on consent or non-agenda items, if you may please step and stand and form a line behind the podium.
This right? I'm doing the right thing? Yep. Okay, great.
Hello.
Hi.
If you can just state your name for the record.
Sure. My name is Michelle Edwards-Heary. Great. Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come and speak to you tonight. I am here to speak to you about the child care contract and the consent item. I have worked on behalf of Cloverdale families for 13 years, and I don't do this work on behalf of a private equity firm or because my family makes a lot of money doing this work. I do this work because I grew up like so many Cloverdale kids. I needed free lunch. I needed community partners like the Boys and Girls Club. And in my time working with your district, we've worked with 5 superintendents, even more principals, and countless teachers. And we do that because the kids deserve a program that they love and that serves their families. Each administration has asked for something slightly different, and each time we adjust and build a new partnership every time there's a new team. Tonight, you are being asked to approve a contract that will replace your Boys and Girls Club childcare option. It will be replaced with a for-profit organization based in Portland, Oregon, and has never worked in Cloverdale. This is being brought to you without a public process, without any input from families or the community, and in fact, most parents don't even know this is happening. Cloverdale families deserve additional consideration before making this decision, and here's why. First, last summer, Champions, the program that's being offered to you, was brought in to offer this same program to families in Petaluma. After one summer, the district has chosen to go back to Boys and Girls Clubs because of significant staffing, safety, and enrollment issues. Champions pays employees significantly less than Boys and Girls Clubs and has had many labor-based litigation issues. Our entry-level position in Cloverdale is $20.50. At Champions, it's $16 an hour. We pay more because we know what it's like to live here and work here. It's expensive. Our team, 15 of the 18 people that work in your district live in Cloverdale. 11 of them graduated from Cloverdale schools, and on average, they make $20.90 an hour. This contract gives Champions the right to raise fees to families. In Petaluma right now, they're charging $580 a month for basic after-school care. We don't charge anything. It's just too expensive. Boys and Girls Clubs is skilled at working with families that need support accessing services. We offer families support in enrolling, and especially for those families that don't speak English. Our materials are in Spanish, our staff speaks Spanish, the Champions website is even in Spanish. Currently, our organization provides double the amount of funding that you give us. We bring it to you. If tonight you approve this contract, that money goes away, and you'll use additional monies from your district to pay for spaces that we already provide to you in kind. We are skilled at the compliance that these state grants require. Champions does not partner with any districts to run ACES programs in Sonoma County, and we partner with 12. Our ask of you is this: don't approve this contract. Take the time, extend our partnership at least another year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next public comment, if you may state your name,
I
please.
will. My name is Jason Weiss. I am the Vice President of Boys and Girls Clubs of Sonoma Marin. I led the transition team 15 years ago. Don't know how many of you were here at the time, but the Boys and Girls Clubs of Cloverdale was its own organization, and we took over as part of our kind of consolidated Boys and Girls Clubs in Sonoma County about 15 years ago. And that came as a result of getting a call that the club was struggling. The club's programs and the recently executed contract they had with the school district was in danger of going away because there weren't enough kids being served. We came in, spent countless hours, days, weeks, working with the superintendent at the time, Claudia, I believe, and really trying to ramp up the program and get the contract back in line with the kids that, serving the amount of kids that needed to be served. You know, this is real personal to me because I have worked for Boys and Girls Clubs for almost 35 years, 25 of those years in and around Sonoma County. We have never, every day I get calls from other districts that want our services, and we keep telling them we can't do it. We're committed to the partners we have, and including the Cloverdale School District and the kids we serve here. I think it's important to know and realize that we aim to provide an academic enriching program of high quality to Cloverdale students. But at the end of the day, for most parents, it's about childcare while they're working, while they're taking care of other kids' needs that they have. And parents want to be sure that their children have a safe place to go when school's not in session. And in some capacity or another, the Boys and Girls Club has been here for 40 years doing that. And I think just for you, I want you to consider that before you execute a contract with another organization, like, are we prepared to not have the Boys and Girls Club here anymore? To me, that deserves a conversation with the community, with parents, with families. That's a big deal. And we don't want to go. We want to be here, and we're committed to serving these kids and families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle Blake. I live in Geyserville. I am a volunteer with Boys and Girls Club. I've worked with the organization for about 3 years in their administrative offices. In the past 6 months or so, I've been working with one of our local people to establish an advisory board here in the community, just to try to promote the organization and let the community know what we do. I've gotten involved recently in this process with the contract renewal concerns with Michelle Heery. And I think really there's two concerns that I have. It's surprising to me that there was not a formal RFP to allow for competitive bidding on this contract. It's our understanding that the district visited one champion site, but it was a very different program at a very different cost level. So really it was a comparison of apples to oranges. And Boys and Girls Club was not allowed to have the district visit one of our expanded programs where there are additional funds. So I just don't know that the district understands what potentially we're getting into with making this decision. And the other thing is that for Boys and Girls Club, we understand that the district is our customer, but the families that we serve are our customers as well. And we've had conversations with parents in the community. There's a lot of stress being created already in the community because of uncertainty around what's going to happen, even as soon as the summer program. So you know, at Boys and Girls Club, the number one priority is the kids, their safety, their ability to thrive. And I just don't feel as though the situation has really been evaluated. It seems disingenuous to the kids and to their families, to the parents, that there hasn't been a more thoughtful analysis of the potential impacts of this decision. So I appreciate your time. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. If you can please state your name.
Hi, I'm Bree Bohannon, and I live here locally. I am a mom of twin girls who are thriving at the Boys and Girls Club here at Jefferson. I also work for the Chamber of Commerce, and I'm a new owner of a business here, and I would not be able to do any of those things without the Boys and Girls Club. So I'm here in solidarity for that club. I get emotional about it because I have to work. I had to go back to work. I didn't have a choice. A lot of changes happened in this year, and my kids weren't in Boys and Girls, and they took my kids. I was on a waiting list. I called, and they worked so hard to get my kids in there, and so I'm able to work. When I heard that there was potential that the program was going to be pulled and that we'd be paying potentially $250 a week per kid, I lost my mind. I was like, okay, well, there goes my business. There goes my job. We're not going to be able to stay in Cloverdale. We bought property here. I was like, we're gonna have to leave. That's how serious it is when you pull a program. I think what I'm most disappointed about is that as a parent of thriving kids, we weren't asked. No one came to us and said, hey, there's a potential problem. Recently, I joined the advisory committee board to be more a part of this program, so I knew what was happening with my kids. And more volunteer time. I volunteer a lot of time. And to hear that I don't know who's coming in to take care of my kids it's scary. I want to know that if I'm having to work and being pulled away from my kids for hours and hours a day, that I know that when I pick them up at 5, 6 p.m., whatever time that is, that my kids are going to come home with a smile on their face, they're fed, they're well taken care of, and they're excited to go back to school and back to their program. So I wasn't prepared to speak tonight, but please give some more consideration. We've actually bought the Hosepian Ranch, so I know that that was a big part of this community. I don't know all the stories, but to me, I feel like I have to be here tonight to fight for that. So please just take some more time and maybe send out a survey to parents. You know, I think if there are issues, we have input, and again, the thriving, and that's all that matters. And I want to know, I love that people are local here who run this business. I don't want random people from Oregon running an organization for my kids in a town that I moved here because of community first. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. No more public comment on consent or non-agenda items. I'm not seeing anybody else at the podium. H, closed session, reportable action taken. May I get a motion for the final action of the student stipulated expulsion agreement, case 2024-04?
Move to approve. Final action on student stipulated expulsion agreement, case 2024-04.
I'll second.
I have a motion by trustee Garrison and a second by trustee Candelaria Orr for final action on student stipulated expulsion agreement, case 2024-04. No preferential vote is at this time. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? And no one is absent. Okay. Consent calendar. Okay. The Cloverdale Unified School District Board of Trustees utilizes a consent calendar for items that require the approval of the board but are of routine nature. They act upon these items in one vote. Any member may remove an item for additional questions. Board members receive their agendas and backup materials 5 days in advance of our meetings. They have the opportunity to ask questions and to do research prior to our meeting. It is their intent to handle the routine items expeditiously, so they have time to address issues that are more serious. consent calendar. Does anybody want to pull anything off the consent calendar?
I'd like to pull 6, 14, 15, 16, and 17.
6, 14, 15, 16, and 17. Anything else?
I'll move to approve items I 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion to approve items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and a second by trustee Candelaria Orr. Preferential?
Aye.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? And no one's absent. Okay. Moving forward with 6, Child Care Services Agreement with KCE Champions LLC for extended day and summer programs. Questions?
I think we got a ton of information in the last 24 hours as a board, which I think we need to take the time to evaluate.
Okay, anyone else? Any questions? Any other questions?
Well, I think my question would be, if we were to go about doing a community survey, which I definitely don't disagree with the input, I think that that's an important facet of this. What would be the cost, or what would be the time frame we could do this? Like, what would be, like, the process in which, if we were to go about getting community input?
I guess, what's the timing of having to approve the contract
Tonight.
That would've been a
tonight
better question.
versus, like, in order to make sure we have something in
Well, to be
place?
able to give some time for us to be able to get kids enrolled and things like that as well. But, I mean, we serve at the pleasure of the board, so the board can make the decision how they so choose.
Well, I think we
I-
should, sorry, go ahead.
Okay. I'm hearing that, is that a motion that you would like to pull this item for further consideration?
I think we should table it for now
Okay.
and bring it back.
Okay.
My suggestion would also be is we bring it back as an agenda item rather than on consent. Is that what we're thinking? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is the, from trustee Candelaria, or that we want to have a survey when it's survey results by the time it's brought back, or is that even possible?
Exactly, because I feel like if the whole point of tabling it is to get further discussion, then it would be the community that I would want discussion from. Because obviously we've talked to different stakeholders and whatnot, but not necessarily that outreach. So that would be something that I would want to have whenever we came back as an agenda item. Yes.
What's our feasibility of getting community input back via survey in time?
Well, I don't think it's that difficult. We just have to figure out what we're asking. And then obviously we could send it out via Parent Square or, that sort of thing. I would just want to know what questions want to be on there as far as what the board would like, whether you appoint a couple people to be the point, to come up with a survey or not. But I don't think it's difficult to do like a Google form or a Google,
I'd be happy to create it, actually. I'm fine being the point person on it, if you guys are all okay with me taking the lead on that.
I mean, it's just a matter of putting it together, really.
Yeah.
And I would think that if any trustees have a specific question they can email the superintendent and say, we'd like this included.
Exactly.
So,
Preferably by the end of the week, if you have any questions that you were specific
I
about.
have some time.
Okay, perfect.
so I'm hearing that the direction that we're going is we are tabling this item. We are providing Jenny or Trustee Candelaria or will be creating a survey. Any questions that we might want on that survey to get community input to be given to Ms. Candelaria or by Friday. And then adding it back to our agenda as an actual item, not under consent. Is that what I'm hearing from the board?
Sending your questions to the superintendent, and then
Yes.
he'll send them to her.
With the correction of sending the questions to the superintendent and then giving it to Candelaria or. Did I, is that what you understood?
Yep.
I'm
Yes.
asking- Okay, thank you. Item 14. Elementary School Dean of Students Job Description. So as I was reading this, would anybody like to start? Okay. So as I was reading the job description for the School of Dean, one of the items, one of the bullet points on the back of this job description states, serve as the substitute teacher when necessary. I wanted to provide my feedback, either removing that bullet point or adding in case of an emergency. When we are having a dean be in charge of all of these services and interventions and pacing out of the interventions, if I would hate to see that those interventions aren't happening or that monitor isn't happening because this person is being pulled from their position to go and fill into a classroom. And I understand that it is extremely difficult, especially when you are down teachers. However, as in just being able to safeguard that and be able to just have that understanding that this person is serving our students and doing a lot of those works, and if that person gets pulled, those interventions aren't being done or monitored. Therefore, I just want to make the suggestion to either add in case of an emergency or removing it. I also see another bullet point that states other duties as assigned on additional duties. So it's a little redundant from what I'm seeing, but also the deans are serving our students, and I don't, if they're pulled into substitute.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do I.
Sorry, there we go.
So I would just ask, though, that we go to approve that, we just make sure that your motion notes to strike that part. I do believe it is redundant as well.
Yep. You ready?
Any other questions or comments?
My concern is budgetarily. I think currently we have, well, this is a question. Do we currently have a TOSA person
We currently have two.
at
We have a
the
TOSA
elementary-
and a TOSS
At the elementary?
at the elementary school, correct?
And are both those positions going on into next year?
No,
Are any of them?
just this one. If-
So what are we eliminating? A TOSA and a TSS?
Yes,
And then adding the dean.
and adding a dean back.
And were those full-time?
Yes,
Okay. So the dean's essentially replacing what is currently is two. And I know those serve different roles, but.
right, but yes, that's
we're-
correct. As far as math goes, yes,
We're, not cutting, but they've,
reducing.
well, they had sorry, there's a better word for it. They had a time period and we're kind of at the end of that time period.
That's correct.
So,
Yeah, everything was a
attrition.
3-year commitment.
So through attrition, those positions were going away anyway.
Correct. But I
Okay.
agree with you that it's a different role, but yes, that's correct.
I'll make a motion if you don't have other questions.
Okay, anybody else have any questions? No? Okay.
So I would move to approve elementary school dean of students job description with the change in language about substituting. And, yeah, that's it.
It's just striking the language.
Striking the language?
Yeah, striking that whole line.
Striking the line about substituting.
I'll second.
That was a better motion than the explanation.
Okay, well, I have a motion by trustee Addison for the elementary school dean of students job description with striking the language, and a second by trustee Garrison. Preferential? Aye. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And no one's absent. 15, Director of Educational Programs job description and salary schedule. Would you like some background? Can you please provide us some background on
Yes.
this position?
Yes, so currently we have a position as, it's called Director of Curriculum Instruction and Accountability. And so we, with the new, I don't know if new direction's right, but with the direction and the emphasis on MTSS, that we're asking the board to approve a different job description for that. Our idea is even though the curriculum instruction and accountability is still on there, it's still a job, we're not going to be refilling that as its current as its current level. And so this is the job that we were asking. The admin and I have been speaking about what we really need to get us. Basically, we want to put more resources towards being able to make sure we're planning our MTSS and some different parts that you see in there. And so in order to change that, we needed to make sure we have a new job description. Also, I believe that, what we wanted to do was also to make some cuts and some spending too. That's why the job is going to be paid a little bit less. And I think that's appropriate, given our new financial landscape as far as that goes. So this is kind of what we came up with. We met, we felt like this would be a good position to have at our district and our size, and like I said, with the with really the emphasis on being the support and being able to run some of those things and be a lead person for that. So I hope that gives you enough information.
What was the title of the other position?
Curriculum, instruction, and accountability.
Any other questions?
Again, my questions on this were solely budgetary. Because on surface, it looks like we're just adding another admin position at the district office, which I don't think we can afford.
No, we're not adding. We are actually maintaining the same staffing level, but it will be a little bit cheaper because this position pays a little less than we currently pay at the we call it CIA, but at the curriculum instruction accountability part. Yeah, I know, and that's why I'm saying it's still listed on there, even though there's nobody in that position. The problem is if we take it off of the salary schedule, then we have to come back. Not that we wouldn't, but we'd have to come back and then reestablish that essentially.
So we're just not fulfilling it.
We're just not filling that one, correct. And this is an unrepresented position, so it just kind of sits on this salary schedule. But if the board would want it to be off, we can certainly take it off. It's not, we're just kind of leaving it on there just because the job description for CIA is still existence. It's just we're not going to have anybody in it.
Do we have other job descriptions that sit like that?
Well, like the TOSAs will sit,
Okay.
and different, yeah. And the funny thing is that the elementary school dean that we just approved actually was a while ago, like maybe 10 years ago, there was an elementary school dean. We just never found the job description for it. So that's kind of an ensure to keep it on there, basically.
I think that was like 3 years ago we had one.
Oh, I thought it was farther than that, but, okay.
Barbara Murdoch was a dean,
Yeah.
maybe 4.
But again, if you'd prefer, if the board would prefer it not to be on there, because we do post this on the website, then I could certainly take it off. I'm just, it's just kind of leaving it on there just to, in case we decide, the board, the district decides to go back to have that, and we already kind of have that established of where we had it in the past.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure for fiscal reasons that we're not
No, it's-
having an additional
Right.
filled position.
Yeah, it's actually a
that we're paying
savings.
for. Okay.
Correct.
What are the pros and cons of either leaving that CNI on the salary schedule or not?
I don't see any other than just
Okay.
maybe thinking, what he's thinking, you know, is like, well, now they just added a position and now they have more positions, but I can't think of anything else other than that. And it's kind of both ways as far as I'm concerned. I can see that and I can also see leaving it, but,
I'm kind of leaning towards just taking it off.
okay, and I'm fine with
I
that.
don't know.
Is there any duties that the CIA, by not fulfilling that position, but adding this new one, that would not be picked up? That,
Yes,
and is that, would those duties just get added to you, or
all the above,
or maybe,
yes.
okay.
The reason why we had our meeting with the admin was because they are taking part in taking some of the duties also, curricular-wise. A lot of them are going to take that part on. The only part that's kind of up in the air right now is the LCAP. Depending on the skill set of the person, we might be able to hire, but that most than likely would go to my office
Okay.
to do that. So we put it in there just in case, but we are going to kind of divvy up a little bit. But the curriculum part we talked about would be going down to the, and then also Nicole LeVay, there's some positions, she's getting, you know, so we're kind of spreading that around a little bit. Yeah. Good question, though. And I'm fine with taking it off also, because I don't want to cause any confusion, like we have an extra position. So it might be a better idea now that I'm thinking about that. Yeah. Because just because it's not listed doesn't mean we still don't have it,
Right.
right? So we can always pull that back.
On top of the salary schedule, you guys are looking at removing that.
Removing the CNI from the top of the salary, but
I was late
sorry.
to come.
Welcome to the meeting. So, but I do get that. It does kind of look, yeah, like we've added a position. I get that.
So
And the other one won't stay blue.
I can make a motion if you want me to.
Perfect.
I see.
Would you like the motion to include removing that position?
No, I think direction's fine on that.
Okay.
Because that's not tied to
Right.
the,
Nope.
that's
No.
just in there for additional information.
So I will move to approve the Director of Education Programs job description and salary schedule, the DEEP.
A second.
Okay. Motion by trustee Addison for the Director of Educational Programs job description and salary schedule. Second by trustee Garrison. Preferential?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And no one's absent. Moving on.
Nicole, you've been erased.
Moving on to 16. 2024-2025 job share request from Carly Lewis and Danielle Lambert. Would you like to give us, would you like to ask your questions? Trustee Addison?
I'll just say we want to make sure we're not setting precedent with the job share. It's not an automatic.
Agreed. In the contract language, it does say that they need to re-up every year and apply, and I don't know if apply is the right word, but ask for it through the superintendent to get it approved every year, each and every year.
Request.
Yeah. What's that?
Request.
Request, thank you.
Since it's pulled, coming from a parent of the student that has been in their class, it was actually the first year they did it. They did a fantastic job at the way they planned it out, and the way they taught that whole year was really great, and I appreciate the work that both of them are putting in that classroom. So thank you.
Well, then I'll make a motion to approve
I was gonna say, that almost sounded like a motion.
item I-16.
Oh, I could have done that.
2024-2025 job share request, sorry, from Carly Lewis and Danielle Lambert.
I'll second.
Any more questions on this item? So we have a motion by trustee Candelaria Orr for a 2024-2025 job share request from Carly Lewis and Danielle Lampert, and a second by trustee Garrison. Preferential? Aye. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And no one's absent.
Thank you.
17, hiring Christy Looney, Chief, Krista, Chief Business Official, effective July 1st, 2024, and Natalie Lewis, .4 FTE, School Nurse, effective March 4th, 2024. Do we have any questions?
Well, one of these was a former employee, and I think there's some concerns about their former employment with the district.
Do we have, would you like to just walk us through the process of hiring?
Sure. So we posted the job, and I'm trying to think how many we had to apply. I can't remember. And we interviewed approximately 5 people, which I believe was all of them. And we had a panel that was classified and certificated, as well as myself and a couple other directors and principals. And we chose Ms. Looney to be our CBO. And I did some background checks and called some people, and we were fortunate enough that Ms. Mills has worked with her in the past. And so we made I made the call to Ms. Looney to offer her the position, and she accepted, and so here we are.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
So I'll make a motion to approve Natalie Lewis as .4 FTE school nurse, effective March 4, 2024.
Okay. I heard a motion from trustee Addison for hiring Natalie Lewis, .4 FTE nurse, effective March 4th, 2024.
I'll second.
Can I have a second? Ashley, or Lopez White, trustee Lopez White seconds. Preferential? Aye. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, and no one's absent.
Well, then I'd like to make a motion to approve the hiring of Krista Looney, Chief Business Official, effective July 1st, 2024.
I'll second.
I just have a question. Will there be any, I know it's July 1, but will there be any, like an onboarding process or working together, like, while we have Ms. Mills here?
I believe Ms.
To-
Mills and her will be on speaking terms, yes. And
Or after
Is that right?
Ms. Mills leaves and Ms. Looney starts, is there like, can we have any, I guess, on call, or how does that work with like?
We're going to discuss that,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. So I have a motion by trustee Candelaria Orr to approve Christy Looney, Chief Officer Business Official, effective July 1st, 2024, and a second by trustee Lopez White. Preferential? Aye. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
And no one is absent. Okay. Moving on, association reports. There is no report for the California School Employee Association, Chapter 170. Thank you. J2, Teachers Association of Cloverdale.
No one wants to speak tonight.
Rochambeau.
Are we doing the as submitted?
J2, Teachers Association of Cloverdale. Do y'all have a report? Please stand up.
We thought you guys were Rochambeau.
Welcome to the meeting.
Renee Tufander, Teachers Association of Cloverdale, President.
Welcome.
Thank you. The teachers are concerned about news about summer school. Still waiting. I have passed on the news I have heard that we will be having summer school, but they're still awaiting like those official job postings so that they can know about that. Even the high school summer school, which was board approved 2 meetings ago, those job postings haven't been posted yet. So those teachers have not been able to apply and they're concerned. And I'm not sure about the extended school year for SPED, if that job posting hasn't been posted yet. Speaking of job postings, we have potentially, with the number of resignations and retirements, 6 K through 6 positions that have not yet been posted. And I know that there's some moving parts and class sizes that we have to be worried about. Glenn and I we've discussed that, but that's a lot of positions, and I don't think there's that many moving parts. And so we are missing out on the cream of the crop applicants that are happening right now. And I know we're having enough trouble filling the positions at the high school, and I worry about the positions that are going to be open at the middle school and the elementary school and being able to fill them with quality educators. I also think that we need to worry about having competitive salaries for those teachers, which is what we've been at the negotiations table discussing, especially when we're talking about those first 5 years, which I hope you've taken into consideration. We need to be making sure that teachers can afford to live in Sonoma County and work at Cloverdale. The last thing that has come to my attention is we have a single teacher in our district who is being told that they can no longer have a morning break, that they must work from 8:10 until 12:45 without leaving their classroom. Our contract does say that we are only entitled to our 40-minute lunch period. Teachers don't qualify for labor laws that give humans the right to a 10-minute rest period. And so we aren't protected by California labor law. So you would think, we would just be covered by human decency. But one teacher in the entire district is being singled out and being told, no, you no longer have a break. You have to be in your classroom with students from 8:10 to 12:45. And I feel like that teacher is being singled out. Hostile work environment. And we need to be paying attention to that. They're going to have a case against us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. School reports, K1, Jefferson Elementary School Report by Michelle Holden.
Good evening. I have one note on my board report. Towards the end of my report, there's a link to our intervention, our reading well, it's not reading anymore, our intervention program at Jefferson. And I want to be sure that you're aware that those are excerpts of a bigger report that was prepared by Heather Noyce, that is our TSS at our site. And she's done a great job this year in preparing and keeping on top of data. So I wanted to be sure to give her the recognition that she deserves. Other than that, as submitted.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. K2, Washington School Principal. Washington School Principal. Report by Shauna Ferdinandson.
Excellent. Good evening. You have my report as submitted.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
K3, Cloverdale High School, JEH Continuation High School by Mr. Harper.
Hello, everybody. Normally, I would say as submitted, but just a couple quick highlights. Thank you very much, Board, for approving new sound and light system in the East Gym. Our 1992 technology is gone, and we now have 21st century technology, so that's fantastic. So maybe you should come out and see Charlotte's Web. That's Joe Dobbins' last play before he retires. So tomorrow through Saturday, 7 p.m. in the East Gym. And then also, we've been working really hard on the garden project. So if you go out there, you can see how terrible it looks because you have to tear everything down before you can build it back up. So today, Mr. Sinistraro, myself, and a few other people met to talk about how we can make things work because concrete's expensive, apparently. I didn't know that. So we're working to figure out how we can keep things looking really good and be a pride of our district and while keep it under budget. So other than that, as submitted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can't use those words after you've spoken like that.
L, Special Education and Student Services Report.
Can I interrupt you for just a second, Nicole, before you go? Forrest and I were lucky enough to be able to, JEH just hosted a bunch of, I always forget what it's called.
Big picture learning.
Thank you. Big Picture Learning teachers that came, and kudos to our teacher there because they brought him in because she really has a model program for that. And so it was 20 strong, probably? 20
Yeah, we had
teachers
7
strong?
different big picture learning schools and potential big picture learning schools. We had probably like 15 little more people come, and they were very impressed with our program. We're part of the Upstream Collaborative, and we were the model school that they wanted to see.
It felt a little weird because it's like we just put in the garden, so it was like we did that on purpose before they got here. But no, it was just really good. It was actually really nice to get kudos for Julie too. I mean, she really has put that program really, we've been lucky to have her. I know that program's had a lot of nice, good people in it, but her, from my point of view, really makes that program. And so, she's just not one to toot her own horn, right? And so it was really good for the people that were there. There was kind of a big picture learning guy that was there that was really touting what she was doing. And so it was just great to see. So just know that our program is a model program. So that's really fabulous.
Can I just add too that since I've been on the board and I haven't been on that long, we were going and seeing other schools, other big pictures. So it's really cool to see that it's a new program for us and Julie's doing
Yeah.
it so great that now she's being
The models.
the model. So
Yes,
that's awesome.
yes. I told him not to look at the building too long, but just keep the content. Anyway, thanks, Forrest. I don't know if you saw anything today or not that you wanted to report on, since you've already blown up the whole report thing, as submitted.
You did a great job.
Thanks. Anyway, sorry, Nicole.
No, that's fine. I was just going to say truly as submitted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Curriculum, Instruction, and Accountability Report.
Since I've already been erased, I just want to point out that we are applying for a lot of grants, and we have 3 that have been submitted. We hope to hear back about one of them tomorrow, the AB 114 that we hope will pay for part of our SRO. We have also submitted our Migrant Ed Fund grant and Learning Communities School Cohort 8 grant. And we have one more that we're working on right now, which is the state preschool that will be due at the end of the month. So hopefully bringing some extra dollars to help with those financial gaps that we have. But otherwise, as submitted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything you would like to add?
Now you're just poking fun at me.
Okay, maintenance.
Turning off my microphone.
Maintenance, Operations, and Transportation Report. As submitted. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Student Board Representative.
Mr. Harper already said most of what I was going to say, but also proms tickets are now on sale, just so that ASB gets its recognition.
No, you can't buy tickets.
You can
Do you
donate.
need-
They're
Like a
looking for
donation?
$2,000.
What are we donating for?
Prom is, ASB is looking for donations for prom in the amount of up to $2,000.
And what is
I'm
the-
sure they'll take more, but
What's the theme for prom this year?
Starry Nights.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Board reports. Trustee Garrison, would you like to start us off?
Sure. I attended a social media webinar that was presented by F3, and I forwarded some takeaway from it to the superintendent that he shared with everyone. I was unable to attend the March CARE meeting. I did attend it last night with Trustee Addison. I'll let him touch on it because I do have a lot of other things, so you don't hear me talking the whole time, but if he doesn't get everything, I'll add to it. I was unable
Just
to
don't screw it up, Preston.
attend the March LCAP, but I'm planning on attending May's. I believe that they have, it's in the report though, that we have established some goals. I attended a coffee chat at Jefferson on March 19th, and there was lots of staff that attended. I attended 2 coffee chats at Washington on the 9th in the morning with Trustee Mendoza Torres, and on the 11th with Trustee Lopez White. There was lots of positive feedback about the administration at Washington. And at Jefferson, the first grade teachers invited all of the board to attend their and view the literacy work that's happening in the classroom. And they do that, they said daily between 10 and 11. So they know we're busy, but if we wanted to pop in and see what's going on, they're very excited about it. It's daily from 10 to 11. Boosters, they are very appreciative of the district's response to any issues such as a restroom or like a portable restroom being needed, repairs to facilities for athletics. They do have a request, which I believe Mr. Harper is aware of, or actually Mr. Stewart was there. They wanted to see, to finish the baseball season, if they could get like a banner just noting that it's Hoffman Field, and then plan for in the future to have a more permanent sign noting that it's Hoffman Field, because there is a little bit of confusion when people come because JV plays at City Park, varsity plays here, and there's not really anything noting that. And the old one was just damaged due to weather and aging. There has been information that's gone out, but just so everyone's aware, there's a informational meeting for football on April 18th in the Makerspace at 6. There's also going to be a CHS football camp clinic from May 20th through the 23rd. And on the 23rd, they're doing a fundraiser. It's a lift-a-thon, guest lifting weights, and they're gonna have a barbecue dinner fundraising package that you can purchase that will, I think there's gonna be adult pricing and a student pricing for fundraiser for football. And that's all I have for right now.
I also attended the CARE meeting. The world-famous acorns will be served again by the CARE organization at the Asti Tour Divine on October 12th. So if you want to go for a bike ride and get some snacks that go fast, sign up, ride
And
fast.
actually gain
and get
weight
there.
on a bike ride.
Yes. It's one of the few bike rides where people gain weight. Their CARE's doing well. They want to continue to invest in our schools in arts and science education, garden education. One of their big initiatives is the getting gardens in all the schools. They've been working on that for several years. They did want to let everybody know that they'd really like those shipping containers moved that were supposed to be moved about 3 years ago from Washington School. And they're willing to help get them out of there. We just need to unlock the gate.
I would say a little update on that is we are emptying them as we speak, and we
Awesome.
are guaranteeing that they're going to come and get them, because we want them gone too.
Okay, so they really wanted get that garden in at the Washington Middle School. So we've got Jefferson, JH is going in, Cloverdale's going in, and they want to get that one going at Washington School. Then Measure H, you want me to leave that to you?
Go for it.
We got
Such a good speaker.
our turnout approved by DSA, which is, we really should have champagne here anytime we get a DSA permit.
That fast, too.
That, oh my word, I bet
We'd
that's
have to
been,
meet at a different location.
yeah. I think that's been a 4-year process, getting a bus turnout figured out and approved. But it has happened, coordinating with the city as a partner. The city's doing the drainage, we do our drainage on our property, they do their drainage, and then also coordinating with the healthcare organization in Cloverdale. They're developing their healthcare center there and the road there. So it's been a multi-year, multi-institution partnership, and we finally have a permit for our part. So I think that's going to happen this summer. It should. We got a permit, so that's moving forward. The TKK classrooms are also moving forward. That's amazingly keeping on track, almost ready for submittal, and that's always surprising news when it comes to facilities.
Well, actually, we're in DSA right now, but we're not
That's
out
amazing.
like this
But
bus.
we're in.
We're not out like the bus turnout.
But we're in.
But we're
So,
in, yeah.
that's going to be pretty cool to bulldoze 8 rotting classrooms and have stick and mortar classrooms for our youngest kids. Construction is fun. That's all I have to report.
Thank you.
Okay. I attended 2 coffee chats since our last meeting, one at Jefferson and one at Washington. At Jefferson, I was with Trustee Candelaria Orr. I think it wasn't well attended, but the ones that were there, there was a concern about our ELD population and the support that they have because we have a high population, and I think an increasing influx of more. And then at Washington, myself and Trustee Garrison were there, and I'll add to what she said. There was one concern was no music program there, and so that was something that everyone wants to see, and so relaying that information. I was at a SARB meeting this morning. We had a new referral from Jefferson, and then a few reviews. As always, the SARB team is really, they're amazing, and the collaboration and everything is very appreciated, and there is a lot of care for these students and supports for these students and families. So that is all I have to report.
Okay, so I attended, like Trustee Lopez-White said, the coffee chat at Jefferson. I appreciated the honesty. There were only, again, a few people, but it was really nice to kind of have that relationship where they felt comfortable telling us their concerns, and it was just really lovely to be able to have those conversations with them. Our president and I attended the City School Subcommittee on Monday at City Hall. Our first one since being on the subcommittee, correct? We talked about the turnout. It was so cool to see the plans and everything for Times Square and just our part and how wide the street's going to be and everything that they're going to be able to provide. And it's just really clear, the communication. It's awesome between us and the city, and I really would love to see that flourish even more. We talked about the actually painting the water tank up above, right, home of the Eagles. We kind of broached that topic, but a lot of it was centered around securing safer crosswalks for here for CHS as well as Jefferson, only because obviously we all know it's kind of dangerous. And so that was a really good talk, to come up with different ideas and look at how we can kind of start implementing and planning kind of those things to make sure at least the priority is our littles, but to be able to then extend it and see what we can do even more so for the high school too. So that's all I have to report.
Thank you. I attended coffee chat with Trustee Garrison at Washington School. Thank you for the treats. It was really good and enriching engagement conversation. School and city, just like Trustee Candelaria or just stated. And then I also attended an ELAC meeting in the library, and we went over
DLAC or ELAC?
DLAC, sorry, DLAC. And we reviewed LPAC testing and how that's going really, really well, and they're almost finished. And then gave some feedback about LCAP, and I think that was it, because it was one of the shorter. They had something else to do, so they were like, oh, we need to cut it short. And that's the end of my report. Superintendent report.
Yeah, so to kind of piggyback off what Trustee Candelaria Ora was saying, so it was a good discussion with the city, and we've been in discussions for a while. And so what I would like to do is to get the blessing of you guys. What we kind of, what we're looking at is from the Boulevard to North Street. I know they put up a stop sign and they put up a red flashing light, but I've been there several times, and I don't know that it stops people that well. So what we're looking at doing is to potentially ask them to maybe do something more like we've got down at Hillsburg Avenue, you know, where you have the flashing lights and they push the button and it creates a little bit more, it's noticed a little bit more.
Awareness.
Yeah, but what they would like for us to do is the school district to basically submit kind of a letter to the city council, essentially, to say we would like, you know, we would like you to look into upgrading that or making it a little bit more pronounced. That's one of the things. The other one is, and I did today actually, if believe it or not, I didn't realize this is how much I don't think it shows up, is School Street and the Boulevard actually has some flashing lights on it, but they're just on the crosswalk thing. And flashing lights is a pretty liberal term. It doesn't really shine too much. But it's certainly better than just the blinking red light and obviously these kids are quite a bit older and things like that too. But I would love to see kind of both of those look similar. And there are buttons there, but again, it's a pretty weak signal. Anyway, I'd like to include that also, just to have them look at it. And then another thing that came up that this is probably going to be no surprise, it really freaks me out, is we have a public road that goes right to the middle of our campus. So I would say that, and we've been talking about this for a while with the city, like I said earlier, is that we've developed a good relationship, so it's not like, that I would love to be able to close that during school hours. And they're not opposed to it per se. But again, I would like to kind of and I have by no means have we came up with a solution at all yet, but the fact that they're willing to even look at it to me is great. I mean, there's numerous issues, not just the traffic part, but technically when it's a street, people can use the sidewalk, right? So you've got anybody coming through there that can walk through. And not to be just to go to Bad Town, but we're open, right? If somebody was to come through there, we're open. We're wide open for anybody to do any kind of harm or anything like that. So I would like to put that kind of as part of our list of things we would like to kind of look at and explore opportunities to be able to potentially close that. Because my office is right there, for example, and there's a lot of people that come and use that road that don't have students here, right? There's a lot of people that just use that road. I thought I was going to get a little more pushback at that meeting, but they seemed open to it as far as that goes. Whether they're boards at the end or gates or what, I don't really know. But I would just like to just have your permission to bring that up and explore that, just that idea. Because it does freak me out to have an active road in the middle of our campus. And a little history, my understanding is that most of the school used to be or all the schools on this side only, is that right? Way back when that street was there, so it didn't bother us as much, but now, then I got bad information. But I know outside my window, and you could probably attest to it, is during break or lunch or anything like that, it's a madhouse, right? And we've got people coming out of the parking lot, going left, going right. Anyway, it really is just, I can't believe we don't have more issues that come up, let alone the people that are walking around. Not that we've had any issues yet, but what if, right?
So just so you know, Van Pelt Construction offered to buy the naming rights to closing that street for a lot of money if a superintendent can get it approved. And I will hold Mark to that.
Sounds like a challenge.
Yeah.
I like it. Okay, excellent.
Boards have been
I don't-
supporting that idea for decades.
I don't know that they were in favor, because I talked about privatizing the road, and I kind of got shut down a little bit. But I like the challenge, though, so we'll try it. So are you guys fine with
Absolutely.
just kind of those kind of hot areas? I know that, really, I mean, I think a lot of obviously down where the Citrus Fair is, there's a light and everything like that, so that's a little bit easier. I think what's going to really help us is the Washington Street going through, because that's just going to create flow, which should be a lot better. But those just seem to be some of the areas that are kind of a little more dangerous. Also, we're going to I told the city I'd like to have them come out and look at kind of the North Street thing where the bus is and going left and going straight, and it's really a cluster in the mornings, and I think we've got to do a better job of maybe directing people there. But I just want to bring them out just to get their ideas and things too. That's technically our property, so it doesn't require like a city street like we do with School Street. But just wanted to put that in your radar. That's something we're going to start talking about too. There's got to be a better way to do that with that flow, because I know that bus comes in and there's cars right behind it, and you can attest to that. But anyway, I just think it's just worth looking at it. And I know it'll be a little different once we get everything finished with the news, but that's still going to be there, that we've got to figure that part out.
I know the painted red curb at Jefferson has been a very positive
Yes.
for people pulling out of there.
Yes, and not being able to park and But I'm a little bit back farther.
Correct.
There's an alley you're supposed to go left on. We've got a sign up there for some reason that says don't go left, which I don't ever understand why that's been there. And my understanding is we put that there.
Because
I think it's
people
so
walk
many
down that
kids
alley.
walk that way in the morning, and it's so narrow.
But they got to get out some way is the problem. Because there's definitely going to come that way and let kids out on the right there to go to by where there's kind of a snack area there. So we've got to, I don't have an answer yet, but I want to do that. And that's not necessarily in the letter thing, because that's just our property. We just got to kind of figure out, I want to get their ideas behind maybe some different solutions to that. And then the last thing was the water tank. And we've talked about it before. It's what do they call it? The Ritter water tanks. One of them's up there. And so they're totally for that. I don't know that what I mentioned at the meeting was, I don't know that an eagle would be that pronounced, or if it's an eagle. So I was thinking more of Home of the Eagles that we would write on there. And Margaret Fitzgerald has agreed to donate her time to be able to help paint and things like that too. It wouldn't be a kid project because it's just a lot. But yeah, I agree. They were very receptive to everything we brought up.
Well,
I
and
feel
we
like we
also
kind of
talked-
dominated the meeting a little bit, but yeah.
That's okay. We also talked to SRO with Rick Rhodes and
Yes.
being there one day a week, but then
Stop
hopefully.
stealing my thunder.
Oh, you were going to get to it. My bad. Okay, go for it.
And then I got two more things.
Okay.
So is that the tank? I know we've talked about that before, and that's really, I even said that we don't mind buying the paint to put it up there and everything like that too. So I just think it would be a cool thing to have, and it's pretty prominent, especially when you're on the different fields.
I think that would be a great placement, and Trustee Lopez White just brought it up for the nest.
It's a joke.
The
I'm
picture
confused.
of the nest.
Oh my gosh.
To be on the tower.
Our logo, the nest.
The nest.
Are we going to
the
put a rainbow
logo.
on it too?
I know, but are people going to be able to know it's a nest? Are they going to be like, hey, what's that?
Right? No, we don't need to say it out loud. We're
Okay.
aware.
Keep going.
The SRO. So the SRO thing we had, so I know that we'll have an agreement with the city that's going to give us a full-time SRO. Right now, they don't have the number of officers to be able to do it. However, they have agreed, which you just approved also, they have agreed to, one officer has agreed to kind of take it on above and beyond his normal shift. And so we're getting him on Mondays for all day, and it's Rick Rhodes. He is actually he will be stationed at the middle school. He's got an office there, and we're anticipating that to probably be through most of next year that way. Because if everything goes perfectly as planned, that person would, they'd be at capacity to be able to have a full-time SRO about April, May-ish, so about a year. But we're just happy to have, and of course, we had an amount that you guys had already approved and we agreed, so we just prorated that basically for the rest of the year for for 1 day a week. They do and so there are, since they are tight in the number of officers they've got, if somebody calls in sick or they have an injury or something like that, they always convey to us that, hey, if something goes down, we might have to steal that person, maybe steal's not the right word, but borrow that person to go help with a call. But they've been great as far as communicating and everything like that too. So we're hoping that he'll be able to do some of his duties that we want him to do, with SARB and diversion and stuff, but it'll probably just be condensed into that. And of course, Rick's got two kids in the system. Yeah, and so anyway, so we're really excited. Excuse me?
In the district.
Wrong choice of words there.
The system sounds like they're in prison.
All right. So that's why I'm making sure you guys are paying attention. And then lastly but not least, so apparently a couple of people from the local tribe that's building the houses down there must have visited one of our softball games, and they have offered to purchase us a new scoreboard. And so naturally, we're right in it right now, so we're just waiting until the season's over, and then we'll go out and get some quotes. And we'll, of course, bring everything by you guys, but I just wanted to kind of throw that out, that we were approached by that, and I don't usually say no to free money and free things, so anyway.
Are you referring to the scoreboard at Daily Field?
Yes, at Daily Field, where
Daily
softball is,
Field.
yeah. It's pretty small, as you guys, most of you know.
Half
so,
of it doesn't work,
Yeah, there's that too.
so that's really nice.
Exciting.
So Margaret and Michael, and we'll just, kind of work together and see what we can come up with. And then we'll shoot for the moon and see what happens and what we actually get funded. But I thought that was a cool gesture, and so on. And we will be, look, in the future, we'll start talking a little bit more. I know we have kind of a full agenda lately, but we're going to start having more conversations about what we want to do with the South property too. We've gotten some interest in people calling now about potentially purchasing and things like that too. So I just want to make sure we're continuing that conversation to figure out where we're kind of headed. And one last thing, sorry, is that the people we had here last time about the employee housing, they actually just signed a contract with, I think, Novato to explore that quite a bit, to look at the housing and stuff too. Anyway, so just wanted to keep you apprised, but now that's all I have.
Thank you. Moving on to report discussion. Measure H update.
I already gave it.
As submitted. Okay, thank you. Early education facilities project update.
I already gave it.
As submitted.
Okay, thank you.
Through Preston.
Thank you. Athletic budgets.
Okay. So I'll do it from here, Patty. I'll give you the room up there. So Trustee Lopez White had brought up a few months ago that she would like to bring in front of the board the athletic budgets. And so Patty, do you have that?
We have it in our packet.
Oh, you have it in your packet. Thank you.
Yeah, we've got it.
So I knew we had it.
It's here.
So what we started with was, and the reason why it's in report and discussion rather than discussion and action is because we just wanted to kind of present you and have Patty talk a little bit about how we got there, and then try to gather more specific information that we can bring back then to have a little bit more pointed discussion for that part. So we're just kind of giving you not actuals, but kind of budgeting as far as that goes. And I think you can probably explain a little bit more about how we get this spreadsheet here.
Sure. The current budget before you is a shared document that the Cloverdale High School Athletic Director had originally written. I believe we started back in approximately 18-19 school year. It was last revised in 21, and it is kind of an outline for each sport, the approximation of costs for the supply items that are listed on there. And what this does is it gives the site admin assistants, the principals also, the coaches, an estimation of the supplies that they'll receive for each sport. So it was meant to be equitable amongst the sport based on number of students. We've taken uniforms in and out of this budget as we've worked with boosters, and that kind of theory about who will be paying for those has evolved over time. And it then just basically also states a coach stipend, but that was prior to the Teachers Association negotiating a different salary schedule. So that was just a ballpark at that time that the AD had put in with current coaches who were in those positions at that time, and then just kind of carried it forward. There was oversight. The wrestling one wasn't listed. It is there, however, the cell was empty. So the way in which the coaching end and stipends work, the jobs are posted like any other positions within the district. They are then interviewed, filled by site admin, ADs. They create a committee. Salary placement is then discussed with superintendent, as all other hirings go, and the HR manager. And we put that budget then into place in the district's budget, along with the district paying for officials. Gates are collected for those sports that do have gates. Those fees are collected through ASB. At the end of each fiscal year, that amount is then tallied, if you will, by the high school ASB bookkeeper, and then we invoice them for that amount to help offset some of those official costs, as gates don't quite cover the total officials, so then the district picks up that portion of it.
And if I could just add a second.
Sure.
So naturally, our data is really not that good because of COVID, right? It was really all over the place. So to have any sort of working averages is really difficult at this point, because a lot of our seasons have just been, some sports were open, some sports weren't, some sports were cut short, some sports weren't. And so it is hard to get any kind of a trend, if you will.
Yeah, it was greatly disrupted, and but it is a line item within the budget for the supplies, the coaches, the officials.
Yeah, and this is really, the principals and I have been talking a lot about, this is another thing we need to talk about as far as where we're at and really get that under control. I know we've been really talking with boosters and how that process works, and we're trying to streamline a lot of stuff for that. And I think it's been difficult because of the turnover also. It's been really difficult for that. And then there's a lot of pieces at play. But we are trying to figure out what the district and school sites should provide. For example, they shouldn't have to pay to mow the grass or anything like that too, right? So there are certain things that we've just got to set in stone a little bit more and process as far as what coaches need to know they need to get money for and what the school's providing and so on. So, I don't know that that's been, if it's been done, I don't know it's been updated as far as, since now we're kind of back to normal, right?
Also, adjustments for current pricing, I feel that needs to definitely be updated as all costs have inflated.
And I'm not sure on the, to be quite frank, I'm not sure on the equitability of budgeting either. I think that needs to be looked at as far as, obviously certain sports cost more than others, but it should be fairly equitable on what's required. Naturally, to run a tennis team doesn't cost as much as a football team, but it should be fair, at least proportionately fair. Yeah, and I don't know that I think that's something we need to dive into as far as that goes. And like we talked about before, this year we've just kind of gotten in and driven the cars. It's already been going, and so just to kind of see. But I think that's something that I can see kind of just from looking at it, there's been some discrepancies in what
was budgeted for and what actually was spent.
or the relative amounts of what different sports are getting, and is that fair? I think is probably a better way to say that.
I know COVID, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, one example is like a softball bat. I think according to our equipment, a softball bat was like, I forget the exact amount, like $120. And in my mind, I'm like, playing
They're
against
like
sports, $50. And then it's, yeah, like $500. So it's, yeah, so that's.
And, you know, and other things like on that is how many bats should we provide, right? I mean, is one bat enough? Is, you know, so that's the kind of things we need to figure out.
I'm going to say no.
But I guess the main thing would be, is it would be helpful to have direction on how much you want to dig into. And I'm kind of, by saying that, I'm letting you know where we're kind of looking into. But
Yeah.
if there's other things that you see or information we can bring back or things that you guys have had experience with that you want us to look at, I think that's kind of where we're at this point, is are there certain areas you want us to look into or certain areas you want us to bring more information back to?
The first question I had, which you kind of answered, but how often do these get looked at to keep up or reevaluate the needs? And what's that process look like? And then also, there's a lot of information. So you can look at, okay, here's a sports budget, and then there's all the other little things under what a sports budget means. So my question is, how are we incorporating the coaches or the people that are on the fields, in the gyms with these sports? How are we getting their feedback on what their needs are and what is feasible from the district? And then kind of, I know Jackie, being on the boosters committee, you might know a little bit more too, but what is the school's responsibility and where does boosters pick up? Because I know boosters doesn't want to be
And I think
handing out
there's been a
things
lack of
when
that
the- yeah.
communication, for sure. And I think that goes to turnover, and I think that goes to not necessarily the AD knowing what, or principal for that matter, knowing what it needs to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So last year, for example, Forrest is hired in August, right? So
Yeah, yeah.
it's hard to really wrap
Crash
around,
course.
where I think we've got a better idea, not to make excuses for you, but but you know what I mean. So I think the communication, I don't think is happening, but I also don't know that the ADs know what to communicate, because I know, for example, one of the things we came up with this year is that I feel like that the school district should supply enough to have minimal uniforms for people to be able to be. Doesn't mean we have to, you know, like a basketball uniform, the minimal might be $50, where they might want a $200 per, right? We're like, okay, well, we'll fund the $50. Anything above and beyond that, you're going to have to fundraise for, right? So those kind of things, we've got it, but we've also got to keep visiting those, because like you're saying with the bats, right? Maybe 2 years ago it was a $250 bat, now it's $350 bat. So we've got to constantly look at that. But I don't know that a true audit of that's really happened. It hasn't happened since we've been here, I know that, but I don't know how long it's been since
Well,
it's
and just,
happened.
I mean, softball, for example, because that's kind of my wheelhouse also,
Right.
like phasing out of legal bats that you can use. We might
Right.
have a handful of bats
Right.
in our shed,
Right.
but some of them aren't allowed to be used in a game anymore. and
Right, but
things
one of
like
the other
that.
things that's the problem too is on a normal, before COVID, you could expect a certain amount of gate,
Right.
where that just flopped, right? And so the district was paying more because there was no other funds to supplement that, right? So we have to gauge with that. So now I think going forward, there should be a little bit more trend that you can kind of follow. You know that you're going to get 15,000 a gate every year, as opposed to being like, well, it's 2, you know, or something. And so you'll have up and down depending on if you're, you know, you have more games, or if you're better. It seems like when you're better, more people come, and things like that too. So I think as a whole, we need to look at it again, but I'm wondering if there's more specific things that we should be looking at that the board's concerned about, or certain members have some concerns about.
I know we can't, I mean, we know this up here, and a lot of people out here know, we can't always make everyone happy. We know that, but I think communication helps
Okay.
limit the animosity that happens in sports, and maybe the tensions, well, they get this and we don't get anything, or whatever. So I think more communication, and also a little more, I think what would help, especially when it comes to budgets, because everything is tied to money when we're talking about programs, is communication, but like, I don't know what to describe, but almost like a intro for the people running the program. Here's your budget. This is what we're providing. This is what you have. This is kind of a how-to, but not, or a flow chart for them, how to communicate or where to go to get your requests, or at least where to ask your questions.
And what I've seen challenging with that is our turnover with ADs.
Yeah.
I think we've had 4 different athletic directors in 4 years at
At the high
Cloverdale
school,
High
yeah.
School, and so it's just
Beth's
been.
doing great over there.
Everybody coming in seems like they don't have AD experience, so they're learning the job, asking a lot of basic questions, just trying to figure out, like, how do I keep the ship afloat, as opposed to planning ahead.
And that's something at Boosters, they're if you want to join the board, you can. They're also relooking at doing their policy handbook. So that's something new that they're looking at. This would be very helpful, and I can bring this back to them, knowing that it needs to be updated. But also if we could get like the cycle of uniforms.
Yep.
Because oftentimes, like, baseball might want to get new uniforms every year, or softball or football or basketball. And that's because it's the coaches, and then just what cycle are they on with the district, knowing that, okay, they might get a certain.
We've developed that.
I know, I just.
But we're also, when you develop it, right, and you say you get every third year, we don't know what year they're on, right?
Right.
So we haven't audited, and so.
So yeah, just us know, the district knowing what year they're on, and then sharing that with them, so they can be like, well, the district already provided you with this. If you want to have anything, then you're gonna have to cover X, Y, and Z, because Boosters has also kind of changed the way that they're doing it, where teams have to fundraise for themselves. It's not just they'll cover certain cost, but basically holding teams accountable. So if a team might go to playoffs and they get a bus, well, they fundraised for that bus. Boosters isn't providing for that bus. Parents and that team fundraise specifically for
And I would
that.
say the Boosters has been, it's been really collaborative, which has been great. So that, we want the same things. We want it to be laid out, everybody knows what's going on, the processes are there, and so that's been a big help.
Does Washington Middle School have a budget like this too? Yes. Okay, and then I guess, I know Boosters is planning on meeting with coaches, like kind of having like, here's your onboarding with it, and going over the coaches packet. So this would be good for them to know that, like, the district provides medical supplies. And I guess, how do they get those medical supplies? They wouldn't come to Boosters for that, but they would come to the district, and how do they get that? Instead of, I have heard that some are going out and purchasing it themselves, when that's not how it needs to be done, because the district does provide money for medical, as an example.
And I think that's where the athletic director-coach relationship is really important, and it's hard because it keeps resetting.
So did you get all of the direction, or would you like me to read off everything that I heard? I'll read it off.
No, I think we're good. What would be helpful for me, though, is if you have specific questions, is to email me. But I know, I feel like we've got it, and I think what we're thinking exactly the questions that you guys are talking about, yes. And I think we need to do a better job of conveying to our athletic directors that then convey to the coaches of what the expectations are and where things are, and have processes and systems in place for that. And that just hasn't happened yet. Yeah. I think everybody would benefit from that. So I think there's a little bit of work for everybody to do at that point. Yeah. And we will bring back kind of our progress as we move along. Yeah.
And including Washington budget.
Always, yeah.
Yeah, because it wasn't on this one.
Yep.
Thank you, I appreciate
No problem.
bringing that.
Oh, I guess a question I have is, what happens, like, it's budgeted for an item, say huddle for softball, but softball doesn't use huddle. So then what happens with that? Is that money still expended, or is there a way that we can find out, like, if coaches are utilizing? Because I guess, why are we paying for something if they're not going to utilize it?
No, those costs are only entered as they are requested and approved through the principal.
Okay.
Yeah. of this.
We saved that to use to feed Preston the trough tonight, so that's what we use. Sorry. No, but I think there's a lot of things that are coming up with there's a lot of expenses and stuff that are on there that may not be relevant at all, and that's where I think we need to really audit what's going on.
Since it's the topic of budget, can I ask a question? Because I'm not sure how this works. Let's say a tournament, whatever sports tournament brings in money, bring in extra gate fee, bring in whatever. I know like wrestling tournaments, there's registration. Kids, teams register, all of that. Where does that money, does that money go towards that program? How,
Well, the way that I would like to see it ran is if you're running your own tournament and you're staffing it and everything like that too, that should be, now whether they have something going through the boosters or not, but that wouldn't be district money at all. That would be something that would be theirs. Because the reason we take the gate, like for example at a basketball game, right, is because we've got somebody staffed at the thing, we've got admin there helping out, we've got the AD potentially, you know what I mean? So that's a different gate. But if you're running a tournament, like a basketball tournament, and you've bought the trophies, you're doing everything, you got to pay the refs, then that would be your fundraiser, unless you're going through the boosters, and then it becomes that whole, I think they call it booster bucks or something,
right?
right?
So but what I'm asking is where is that holding account held at?
It's either through ASB or it's through booster. So
Correct.
if
Can I answer that, please?
Yes, please.
Sorry.
Tournaments are all accounted for through ASB for sports specific, and
Okay.
the accounting is held with the bookkeeper at the high school.
Okay.
But softball has done them through boosters before and not gone, they've done both.
The district perhaps is unaware of that.
Now they are.
I think it was requested at the last boosters meeting that it be done that way, but I could be.
And that's a perfect example of we need.
Correct. Yes.
The right hand and the left hand needs to be working together.
Coaches need to know how. I know wrestling wasn't able to do a tournament this year, which limited them from making money for their program. And
Well, like the football lift-a-thon barbecue dinner thing, is that going through ASB or is that going through boosters? So there's different,
What's the auditor say?
That's a good point, actually. So, no, I agree with you. Yes. We need to figure all that out.
I think all of the sports programs are willing to put work into making that sport thrive. They just need more communication and support on.
It should really be going all through ASB. Okay.
That's it from me for now, but probably not totally, but for now.
Okay. Would you like to give us a recap of what you've heard? No. Says
No,
Ms.
we-
Candelaria.
No,
All
we
right,
got it.
We're all good?
We're
Okay.
good.
you can review the
It's all on video.
video.
I got my notes right here, too.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to R4, budget review.
Yeah, so at the last board meeting, we talked about the 10% reserve and kind of, oh, thank you. The 10% reserve, and so now we actually have the proper board policy on the website. It was updated on 2020, is it 2021 it was updated? Anyway, so it does say in the, in policy 3100 that the district budget shall maintain a minimum reserve balance of 10% of total general fund operating expenditures. The one that was on the website that I had talked about it, I think it was 8 or 7 or something like that. Anyway, so I just wanted to bring that, but we wanted to bring that back, that is a board policy, so that will happen with our budget going forward. But we also wanted to talk a little bit about, because last time we had a discussion about this, I think some things were brought up, and so we just kind of want to give a little status of kind of why potentially that reserve balance was under 10%. And I would just say that the stuff we're going to talk about is by no means It's not meant to be critical or pointing any fingers. We're just trying to figure out, we're just trying to kind of be transparent and where kind of some of the funds have gone and why we are in a situation that we are financially having some
Not meeting our 10%.
issues, yes. But we will be meeting our 10%, and we're going to talk about why. Do you want to add anything to that? Okay. So in the 22-23 fiscal year, we're going to kind of talk a little bit about this, just keeping it kind of in that year. We had some superintendent costs and some principal costs and some legal costs that transpired in that school year. And it's not fair of us to talk about those costs without talking about, because it's not like the superintendent costs would be without a superintendent, right? So there would still be costs associated with that. So there was an increase due to some unforeseen circumstances that did cause us to have to overspend a little bit in the admin costs and the swelled admin costs and legal costs is one part. Do you have anything to add on that?
No, other than if there are any questions, we can clarify as we go, but it breaks it down for the 22-23 year, what the actuals were, 978,000, and then the average, you know, what it could have been, and the difference being the increase that is reflected there.
And then, you know, some salaries were negotiated this is kind of a double thing here because it was all part of one negotiation part. The 2021 was negotiated a 10% increase, and then in 2022-23 was an 8% increase. And so those did result in quite a few increases there. Again, not to do that it wasn't warranted or anything like that too. We're just trying to paint a picture. And then, oops, do anybody have any questions with that?
Can I clarify the years on there? I'm so sorry. We negotiated it in the 22-23 year, so that first 10% increase occurred in that year. This year, it is the 8% increase for the second year of that multi-year. So I apologize for that oversight. So the 8% would be the 23-24
Correct, right.
fiscal year.
Right. Does everybody understand that?
Yeah.
Awesome.
And those are the increases of those 2 years.
Questions? Okay. Whoops, went backwards.
And this is a statement that was made within the AB 1200 at the time of the agreement. Agreements, we have to provide a substantiation of it, how we're going to pay for it, what our assumptions are, a multi-year projection with an AB 1200. And at that time, the administration at that time was comfortable with the affordability of the agreement for the current and 2 subsequent fiscal years, but based upon the enrollment increasing. We were projecting it flat, but we we stated an addition of 13 students coming in the 2 subsequent years. We felt that if that wasn't realized, that then we would be at this situation where we would have to identify increases to either class sizes or reductions to program and staffing. And that was the statement that was made and the assumption that was made at that time. So on the next slide.
But if I could say one other thing to that. So what was brought up earlier was the fact that we've had some retirements and resignations that we haven't filled all the way back yet. And we're trying to identify, because we don't want to hire somebody and then not be able to fulfill that or have money for that. So there is some you know, since this didn't come through and we haven't increased, there potentially could need to be some of that. Now, granted, a lot of times kindergartners will sign up late or things like that too, but, and then we'll go into some more stuff in a second, but, oops. But anyway, I thought that was important to mention that, so, sorry, Patty,
And it leaves us with the attrition that has occurred or occurring right now with the retirements that the Teachers Association has pointed out. It does leave us with that room to craft and or create the program that would fit into the dollars that we are anticipating receiving. Because as you well know, we do not have clear direction at this point from the state nor ACOLA, and it looks as though it will be late May before we'll have a slight idea of what that is. And then again, budget adoption.
And I would say that I completely understand and sympathize with what was said earlier, but again, we can't put the cart before the horse at this point. We've got to be cautious. And then we've got, this is kind of a little, maybe you can explain a little bit better, Patty, but it's got, just shows some trends in enrollment. And remember, I would just caution the fact that enrollment is one thing, but ADA is a total separate thing. And I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but it's important to know that we're not funded on enrollment, we're funded on ADA. And you can see in the the blue area, we've had, and of course we're projecting ADA, right? So, which we try to do historical trends, but again, back to COVID, there's really historical trends are, different. But go ahead, Patty.
So what you see before you was a document that was with the second interim report, and it just gives us CBED's history of the district, and you can see how the enrollment has fluctuated from year to year. We have seen a decline between last year, this year, and in real time for the enrollment, the blue area is all a projected ADA at this point. We are finalizing our second interim, so we're our P2 attendance report, so we're very close to knowing what the actual percentage is. But that's the other area post-COVID that we're all districts are dealing with, is getting back to that natural, or getting back to a closer to natural ADA percentage, if you will.
And as we talked about before, as a matter of fact, I just sent the entire staff kind of a little bit of an explanation of kind of where we are physically, not where we are, but where the state is, basically. There's a lot of things up in the air right now, as we discussed. But, one of the main things is that we used to, before COVID, we would always do, our ADA was either the current year or the year before, and so you had whichever was higher, right, or greater. Well, during COVID, we went to taking the three-year average, right, which was somewhat of a hold harmless situation. And so what's happening is, we talk about the financial cliff, and school funding is that provision's gone away. So now we have to go with our current enrollment, which would be next year's enrollment or this year's enrollment. So as you can see, our numbers going down, which again, some of the bigger districts are losing tens of thousands of students, and so there's an even bigger cliff for that. So, and then that coupled with, the projected 0.76 COLA, which, as you know, nothing ever goes up less than 1% in a year, and we don't even know if it's going to stay at 0.76 COLA. And so there's just a lot of things that are going on right now that I agree it's unfortunate, and I feel like that it'd be nice to be able to get out and start hiring people, but it's just really difficult to do that right now because of the climate that we're currently in for that.
Can I ask?
Of course.
Sorry. I mean, I know, under notes, I know NPS is non-public school students, correct?
Yes.
What is the not included number represent?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is the TK number that are under 5
that are eligible for.
That we are educating and housing, but we do not receive ADA for them because we accepted all birthday.
It's a birthday thing, right?
Prior to birthday eligible 4-year-olds.
Once they hit that mark
and that is
in the middle of the
changing.
school year, does that
is changing,
kick
but
in?
just not yet.
Yes, and once they turn 5, then we're able to switch them into a different ADA calculating code.
With our budgeting, am I correct in remembering that in the past, it seemed like our enrollment was decline, we had projected a decline for a while, and then we kind of flatlined.
Correct.
But then we also started adding to it, but that doesn't seem to be the case.
The actual is not
is not adding to it, even though
To the
our
estimate.
budgeting was showing that we were adding to
Well,
it.
And that was my point on the AB 1200 language. We didn't actually realize those additional 13 students.
Okay.
That's what it would have, in our estimation at that time, taken to be able to truly afford it. But when you're, as you well know, multi-year projections are just that, they're a projection. So if either the ADA doesn't realize or the enrollment doesn't realize, it can then erode, and that's exactly what's
So I
happened.
guess what I'm asking is looking at our budget planning in the future, instead of adding to it, it seems like we should either hold flatline or start decreasing, because looking at what our trend is, it's
Reality.
truly, our reality is a decrease and not an increase.
Correct.
Okay.
So and some of the reports like I've done about English
You need to come up to the, even though you don't exist, you need to come up there.
Yes. And some of the reports I've done over the years, like, oh, we have more newcomers, more newcomers, more newcomers. We are seeing them, but they're not staying. So we're seeing a lot of in and out. As soon as we test them, they're gone, or we don't even get them tested. So we're seeing a lot of migrant, which our instability factor might go up, but it's probably never going to get over the equity rate at the high school or at the other schools. So we still have those students. They still need to go into a classroom, but they're not going to be here because they're in and out so quick. They're not staying.
Well, and it will be interesting with Bumgarner, and then obviously the going forward with ASTE,
Yes.
what that ends up looking like.
Correct.
I just want to say one thing since we're on this topic. My mom and my grandma went to school here. I went to school here. There's been so much growth in this town since then, and my mom's graduating class was basically the same size as my graduating class. And that's, not to age my mom, but that's like 22 years apart.
And if you look at the total column, you can see that, you know, we did have a higher, definitely, population at one point. And it's fluctuated a bit about midway through that 1430, but then it's been pretty much a steady decline after that.
And I, like I said earlier, this is a typical school district in California right now. This is what they're facing. It's not, we're not unique, we're unique. Don't get me wrong, it's a great place to live, but we're not unique. I mean, this is what's happening. I mean, you can imagine if we lose 10% or 5% when you have 300,000 students is a significant amount. I mean, I think Santa Rosa City, we're thinking about doing like 80 notices, right? For 30, yeah. So, I mean, it's not a Cloverdale problem, right? It's a problem. Now, some of the things we're talking about, maybe, you know, but we're trying to paint the entire picture of what's going on as far as that goes. And we're just, I mean, it's not a secret, right? I mean, we're just trying, but there's a lot of things that are secret to us because the state of California just doesn't, it's secret to them at this point. You know, like I said also in my letter to everybody, I mean, there's two entities at the state. There's the Department of Finance, which is the governor's group, and there's the LAO, which is Legislative Analyst's Office. LAO says we have a $73 billion deficit. Department of Finance says we have a $37 billion deficit.
That's a big difference.
Yeah, I mean, so while I think schools are going to be held harmless because it's an election year, I'm fearful that the held harmless is going to be one-time fixes or things like that, nothing you could really growth on. But it just, that's the problem, is there's just so much unknown right now, is probably the biggest issue. But we're just, you know, we're trying to, again, it's not a matter of, it's just a matter of being transparent in what we've got going on, and just a matter of just kind of talking about how we got to where we're currently at. Any more on that, Patty?
Unless there are other questions.
And then, so just to give you an idea of what we're talking about here, so remember that your reserve amount is based on your expenditure amount, right? So in some years, the COVID years, we were spending a lot more money than we actually had like in revenues per se. And so you can see that it's gone down on the amount because our expenditures are going down. And so Right now, to keep the 10%, right now, we'd have to have about 2.6 million. The 3%, remember, is what we're mandated to have, right? So anything above and beyond that is actually not mandated. But 24, 25 would be, so we're looking at, in addition to 3%, would be another $1.5 million ish. And then again, the other one's a projection, right, at this point. So we will be there because that's what we're supposed to do, because that's in your board policy. So I wanted to reassure you that we will be there now that we have got rid of some of the discrepancies where we're supposed to be. And so I just think we thought it was appropriate to bring just kind of this information to you guys and then to everybody, so that everybody was kind of on board with where we're at. And I would just say that we do have to be conservative. I mean, it's just what we have to do.
Well, I mean, just looking at that would cover 2 months of payroll. If you didn't, looking at what we paid for March regular payroll.
Yeah,
It would cover almost 2 months.
Payroll is not all we have to pay for in a month, right?
I know
But
that.
yes.
I'm just saying,
So if
like,
you just look at
if you
payroll.
just look at
Right.
payroll,
Correct.
that would cover us for
Correct.
payroll.
No lights or no
Maybe,
electricity.
but
or
nothing else, yes.
Water.
We couldn't fly.
Right. No, agreed. Anyway, questions on that? No? Did you have anything to add on that, Patty? And then, oops.
Thank you.
Can the board get a copy of this?
Yeah, and we didn't put it in the packet because we were literally trying to finish. It took us a while to get all the information, and we just finished the last one just today. But yes, as a matter of fact, let's do that, and we can also put it on our website too, so that everybody has it.
I guess. you know,
Correct
just-
dates, yes, that would be helpful.
The word on the street is that we've been flush with cash. We have all these one-time dollars. We have all this money.
Yep.
And then, as a board member, I see all of a sudden that reserve is gone in 1 year. So, we got to tighten things down.
Yep. And that's what we talked about too, is that it's too bad because the state of California really set us up for this, right? Because they were like, hey, all this money, spend, and then it wasn't reality, right? And so, yeah, reality's for sure, yeah.
Reality sucks,
Yeah, it does. It does.
especially in the budget world. It's always worse than they
And
tell you.
yeah,
It's
while
scary.
everyone else is in the same boat, I just don't feel like we should be better.
Actually, probably worse.
I know, but
Yeah,
it's,
SOCS is worse.
for us to be, where we want to be, and then everyone will want to be like us.
I would just say, Patty, thank you for putting all that together. I know it's kind of above and beyond, but I appreciate that. And,
Patty always goes above and beyond.
I know she does.
It's good information, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. S, discussion action items, consideration and acceptance of donations. Julie Demestri and Brad Horrell donated $400 to Washington School to create pickleball courts. Yes. Blackbud Giving Fund via PG&E donated $17.78 to Cloverdale High School, and Blackbud Giving Fund via PG&E donated $270 to Jefferson School. Thank you so much for all of your donations.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve S1.
Second.
Okay. Motion to approve consideration and acceptance donations by trustee Lopez White and a second by trustee Addison. Preferential?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And no one's absent.
Just, may I for a second? So I know that a lot of stuff's been donated to the JEH garden. She's compiling all that right now to be able to do that. I told us to hang on so we get everything so it can be recognized as one project. And then, anyway, just want to let you know that. So if people say, how come it hasn't been on there? It's just because we're trying to get everything all in one project. Thank you.
Thank you. S2, consideration and possible approval of Resolution 22415 to dedicate May 5th through the 10th, 2024 as Employee Appreciation Week.
Yes, and my understanding also is, it's always been our tradition to do a lunch, I believe, on the last day of the week. So we intend to continue that tradition. So I just wanted to let you guys know that, and I'm assuming you guys already know that, but.
I would say whatever is convenient for Ms. Bunting.
Whatever Kathleen says.
I've been in negotiations with Kathleen, yes, so. I believe we're just going to go back to El Milagro, I think is what we discussed. Did we?
Don't ruin the surprise.
Sorry, I didn't know it was a surprise. Nobody told me that part.
Nobody's watching.
It is
Move to
8:30.
approve.
Second.
You guys didn't hear that. Cover your ears back there.
All right, I have a motion by trustee Garrison and a second by trustee Addison for the approval of resolution 22415 to declare May 5th through the 10th, 2024 as Employee Appreciation Week. Preferential. Any public comment? And I just want to say thank you to all of our staff members here at Cloverdale Unified School District, on behalf of the board, for all the work that y'all are doing every day, all day. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And no one's absent. Consideration and possible approval of Resolution 22416, specifications of the election order.
Yeah, so in order for us to have an election, we are required to pass a resolution that then starts the process for the upcoming November election. And you'll see on there that the 3 people that are up are listed. And then, anyway, there's different, it starts the process, essentially.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Where are you? Okay. I have a motion by trustee Garrison to approve resolution 22416 as specifications of election order, and a second by Candelaria Orr. Preferential?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And no one's absent. Future agenda items, T1, field use agreement, but before we leave, we're going back into closed session.
Just because Jenny wants to.
So, and our future board meeting will be May 15th, 2024 at 6 PM. And we will be moving into closed session at 8:31.
Thank you.
We are back in open session at 9:27.
Move to adjourn.
And
She has to report out.
do I need to
No
say
reportable
no reportable action at 9:27 PM?
I'll second.
Trustee Addison moved to approve at 9:28 PM. Trustee Candelaria Orr, second. Preferential is absent. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? And no one's absent.